Good morning. It's 9:03, and I would like to call the July 18, 2025 board meeting to order. I will start the meeting this morning with a pledge of allegiance. Maybe.
Right here.
I'm trying to find it. Okay, there it is. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Before we start this today, I wanted to read something that Dusty gave me. And it has to do with our things that the state is dealing with and our people who are suffering right now. Gracious and merciful God, we come together today with heavy hearts for the communities across Texas affected by the recent flooding. We lift up those who have lost homes, livelihoods, and loved ones. Grant them strength, comfort, and hope in the face of hardship. Bless the hands of those who respond, who rescue, and who rebuild. May we, in our own service, remain mindful of their suffering and committed to the compassion and action. Amen. Thank you. So we'll now move on to the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interests of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the high standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off your cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open to anyone of the public to attend and observe. So we will begin with a board member roll call. Dr. Benton.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice.
Elizabeth Adamson, present.
Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education.
Kathy Boswell, present.
Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Manny Cavazos, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Daryl Chambers, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education.
Allison Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So we'll now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, Weatherford College.
ADN representing.
ADN Practice.
Rick Williams, Killeen, Texas, representing Consumers.
Drew Riddle from Fort Worth, Texas, representing APRN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice, Buchanan Dam.
Daryl Chambers, representing from Grand Prairie, representing Consumers.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I am faculty at Howard College San Angelo.
Maisie Jameson, representing Consumers from Dallas, Texas.
Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education, residing in Bel Air, Texas, faculty UT Health Cizik School of Nursing.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, live in San Antonio, Texas, representing RN Practice. I'm clinical educator at South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and adjunct faculty at Austin Community College.
Mary Grace Landrum, Houston, Texas, representing Consumers.
Ellie Adamson, representing RN Practice from Mission, Texas, Director of Clinical Operations at HCA Rio Grande Regional Hospital, and adjunct faculty at UTRGV.
Good morning, Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice. I work for United Healthcare in Fort Worth, and I reside in Granbury.
Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers from Maynard, Texas, CPA and attorney. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Melissa Scott. I represent LVN Practice. I live in Granbury and work in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Medical Center.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice. I live in Canyon, Texas, and I do women's health at a public health district. And staff?
Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Dusty Johnston, excuse, General Counsel. Excuse me.
Okay.
Bruce Holter, Information Specialist.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. And many of our staff are not here at this time. They will be coming a little bit later because we're going to go into executive session. So at this time, board members, staff, and audience will now begin the meeting with agenda item 9.4, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, Texas Open Meetings Act regarding personnel matter, annual performance evaluation of Kristen K. Benton, DNP, RN, Executive Director. And agenda item 9.5, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, Texas Open Meetings Act regarding personnel matters, annual board self-evaluation. So our meeting now will move into executive session, and we'll return to open meeting upon completion of the executive session to resume business in open meeting. So the staff will be cleared from the meeting room and post a notice for the public and on the YouTube channel notifying the public, and staff members will not remain in the room. Okay. their word.
To make it so that
Zebras today. We saw zebras this morning.
Hello, we are back. It's 11:05 from our executive session, and we are going to move to item 9.4.
Are we ready for the motion?
Well,
I'm sorry.
one moment.
Okay.
We've got to amend the motion.
Okay, yes, and so this is, let me get down. So at this time, we're dealing with 9.4, and the annual performance evaluation of Dr. Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Madam President, this is Drew Riddle. I move to increase the annual base salary of the Executive Director, Chris Benton, DNP RN, from $171,547 to $203,337, effective September 1st, 2025, and to award to Kristen Benton, Executive Director, 80 hours or 10 days of administrative leave time due to exceptional work as the Executive Director of the Texas Board of Nursing.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no more discussion, if you'll please vote. Mary Grace and Manny and Mary Grace.
Mary Grace is done.
Did it do? Okay. And 4 for Manny. This is not coming through. Great. So it is unanimous. We're very pleased with the work that she's done leading our organization, and the many of the terminology that was used to describe Dr. Benton is a role model for the state and the nation, and advocates for nursing. She's a state and national leader. She's an effective leader. She keeps our board members informed. She has excellent oversight of the agency. She has clear guidance for the agency and has done an amazing job spearheading our Operation Nightingale. We're working with the staff on that, and so we feel that our agency is in an excellent position due to her leadership. So that is the reason for these decisions. And then in the legislative session, we were given the option to decide in that range of level 5, and we chose to go to the top to bring her up more equal to or close to many chief nursing officers of large organizations like our agency is. So, okay, so that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And so congratulations to her. So we're running just a little bit behind, and so we appreciate our auditors for being here, and we are going to move into item 7.4. And we
Madam
have,
President, y'all also went into executive session on 9.5. And
we did.
And there's no action, I'm assuming?
There is no action. So 9.5 is the evaluation of the board of ourselves and the work that we've done for the last year. And so we had a robust discussion about that and have looked at things that we think need attention. And we've talked with Dr. Benton about things that could maybe help us to do our jobs better, and that the 15 members work with one voice, and we feel like we're moving in the right direction as well. But there's no action on that. And so now we have Brian. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
7.4.
So before I begin agenda item 7.4, I wanted to take a few moments to address the announcement that was made yesterday about my departure from the agency. So as was stated, I started at the board in June of 2020. I was a young attorney, a little bit green, only licensed about 6 months earlier in December of 2019, and I was onboarded during the heart of COVID, which proved challenging, but Dusty, Gina, and John and I worked through it. And over those 5 years, over the last 5 years, I've seen a lot of laughter, seen successes, tough challenges and tests, and a lot of learning to top it off. And I want to leave everyone that's sort of affiliated with the board. If you work for the board, I want to leave you with a reminder to stay the course. The mission is solid. The mission is well-intentioned. We're protecting that person who's in rural Texas who doesn't have a voice for themselves. We're protecting that person in urban Texas who doesn't have a voice for themselves. And I think sometimes the work we do is tiring. Sometimes it's a little bit thankless. But, you know, you have to remember that many are called to help others, but only a few are chosen. And I think TBON employees, I think the board members themselves are those few. So when you're tired, you know, remember to stay the course. And so I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to work for the board, develop these meaningful relationships, and serve the great state of Texas. I appreciate it. So let's move now. Thank you. So let's now move to agenda item 7.4. This is the consideration of contract amendment for fee rate adjustments regarding internal auditing services. So again, good morning, Madam President, board members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Brian Laney Miller, Jr. I'm Assistant General Counsel for the board. The purpose of this report is for the board to hear from Weaver and Tidwell, LLP, who seeks the board's approval to enter a contract with the board that would contain a change in compensation rates. Weaver and Tidwell currently provide internal auditing services to the board, as you all know, and this entity was awarded the board's RFP on June 1st of 2024. As part of their bid response that resulted in the award of the contract, Weaver and Tidwell stated it could complete the services the RFP for $175 per hour. Weaver and Tidwell now respectfully asks, and board staff will support, that the board allow it to adjust its compensation to a variable rate. That rate will be based on market forces and seniority of personnel completing the board's auditing work. I will now open the floor to Weaver and Tidwell to say a few words and answer any questions the board has.
Thank you. Yes, we're simply asking for an amendment on our contract. The key points, I think, are it's really just a change in the way the pricing is compensated, the rate per hour. We originally proposed that rate per hour back in September of 2023 when the RFP came out. As you all know, there's been a tremendous change in market forces, a tremendous change in the availability of accounting staff coming out of universities. Even so much reflected in this legislative session, there was a change in the Texas the act that monitors Texas CPAs, where a master's degree is no longer required, but they're requiring now, if you choose that other option, is to have 2 years of work experience. So they're actually reducing some of the requirements, providing some more oversight to be a licensed CPA in the state of Texas, because we're at such a gap in accounting degrees coming out of universities. And so with those market pressures, our rates have gone up. When we, like again in 2023, when we proposed these, 175 was realistic for us at a rate that no matter what, we're asking to be moved to a variable rate table. Should be a handout that I believe Hemet passed out that's different than the one in the agenda item 7.4. We added 3 layers of other staffing to give again, better rates, lower rates. There is actually one rate on that table that's below 175 an hour because we have relationships. We have our India office that we're able to utilize some staff from there, so we are able to provide some lower rates. But it basically just allows us a little bit more flexibility in our staffing schedule, and allows for us to have this still be an economically viable client for us, but also keeps the total expenditures, I think is the other big key, at it still caps at $50,000. So we're not asking for an increase in total budget. We're just asking for a change in the way we can invoice our hours. And that's really the gist of this ask. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Madam President, can I ask a question? I've just got in the middle of the process, so most of the questions I have are just for my own education.
Sure.
Okay. So actually, do I understand this is that you bill for the work you do, and the 50,000 is just a cap? It's not a fixed price.
That is correct.
That is correct.
We bill on the hours performed up to $50,000. That's
Right.
correct.
And instead of the 175, you're just looking at what the market does.
We are, well, because of the market changes, we're asking for a change from the 175 to have it based on the level of experience. That way, with our staffing distribution, the blend, the hourly rate will change, but it will be based on staffing level.
And see if I understand, is a contract a 3-year contract? Or is it 1 year plus you extend
It is, I believe what's worded in there is 1 year with 2 renewals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yes, item 4.1.
Yeah, because one said 1 year with 3 renewals, but I kind of figured it means 1 year is part of the 3.
So based on item 4.1 in the agenda item 7.4, the contract change terminates August 31st of 2025, so in just a month, a little over a month. But then it will be renewed for 2 additional 1-year periods. So it's really for 2 years and a month.
So basically, it doesn't keep you all from coming back if there's some changes in what's required to do a good internal audit, to ask for more money for an increase in the cap. For example, and this would probably be for the staff, we should be getting audited by the state auditor's office, comptroller's office? Do you all?
That's correct, Manny.
Okay. So those results are shared with you, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Some
that
of those
could
we
change.
actually
That could change your internal audit.
It could change our plan. Yes.
It could change your plan.
And we're happy to respond to that and change when those external requirements change and external to the agency when those come in. Yes, we adapt and adopt new plans and can do that during the course of a year at any time. So you're
Yeah.
correct.
So that, okay. I'll give you my concerns. My concerns is that I referred 100 CPA firms to the board one time because of pressure from the community.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one common thread. They weren't being paid enough. So they couldn't really do a good audit. And that's always been my concern. I don't say that it's happening here, but it's a concern that I have,
So to address that concern, if we needed additional budget, we would have to come back and get your approval for that. But there's no prohibition against that, I guess. So if we did need more funds to do more auditing, then we would just have to come back for another amendment to the board at large for that approval. So there's no prohibition against that. And I think with the budget that we have for the scope that we present for your approval, that we can do a good audit in that time frame with this new rate schedule.
So you're comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Another question is, again, it's my education. I don't know this. So did some of the concerns of the board are there? Is there like a survey of the board to see what concerns they have when you're?
We do, and we have meetings with Mr. Chambers as our board liaison. So if there are concerns from the board, he can bring those to us, and then we can address those as well.
I think I'm well educated now. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Madam President, I also had a question. Could you just explain a little bit more why the change? Starting with the flat rate and then kind of. I understand that the cost of accountants have gone up, but I think that's been known for a while. So just maybe explain what the goal is, I guess, with showing the blended rate.
With the goal, it just helps us. We in our table you can see our standard rates and our discounted rates. So for every hour that I spend, we have to mark down the rate significantly. And so it just allows us to be more economical. So if we need more high level time, we're not restricted, or we don't feel restricted from an economic standpoint. So I can spend more time on that, but we're not essentially having to write off more of that revenue for our side. So it helps us staff at the level appropriately, so that we can make sure that you get the attention in the area so that we do a good job. To Mr. Cavazos, his inquiry. That's the goal, is to be able to do that and just, again, stay economically viable for us. Again, in 2023, when we did this, it was a lot different economic world.
Yep. And so I can't remember, but on the original proposal, did we have a breakdown of staffing, or was it?
No, that's one of the things was the proposal, the RFP asked for one rate. One flat rate, which is frankly was different than all the other state agencies we work with. I'm the internal auditor for I think 8 different state agencies, and they all get this same discounted rate table is what we do for all the others, and so it helps us align that a little bit better there too.
And so I would say too that maybe it seems like this is maybe more transparent to the cost of the
correct
work that's has to be done.
And with each invoice you get a breakdown of who spent how many hours and the rate that'll come with the invoice. That is more transparent. And then, one other thing is we're not charging differently for IT and IT security personnel. There's a lot of firms that have a different rate table for those professionals. That's a higher rate. We're choosing to keep that flat for both operations and sort of accounting auditors, as well as IT and IT security auditors.
Okay, thank you.
Daryl, if I could add a little bit to that. Last summer, we worked extensively with Weaver on the risk assessment. It was a complete overview, deep dive across the entire agency. It was quite a fun time, solid month of risk. But coming out of that, what was born out of that was the internal audit plan. And so we took that to the board in October. The board approved a 3-year plan, and then, of course, it has to be re-upped annually. But what Weaver determined after getting a look at the entire agency is that it was more practical, I think more feasible, and more accountable, that as they execute each plan for each year, that they do a major audit, they do a micro audit, and then they do their follow-up audits. And in having this range of audit activity, they could leverage the use of their staff appropriately. They have newer accountants coming in, they have senior partners, depending on the need and the business before them, and then to bring before the board. And so the rate adjustment also speaks to leveraging their staff to meet, the level of audits that we need.
Thank you for that. So this is not my area. I do women's health annual exams, so nurse practitioner. But then I was like, oh my gosh, we did that. We chose you different, and now we're not going to be able to get what we need if changing, with it. I mean, just with my uneducated. So I appreciate this and you explaining it to us to know that we're still going to get what we need.
Yes, we're still committed to that, and the plan in attachment A that we'll discuss in a moment, that plan hasn't changed from the time that we presented it. So it's, again, the budget, we're not asking for more budget, we're just asking to be able to build differently underneath that budget.
And I appreciate you doing that. So, when we first are looking at the information. So thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, may I ask just one brief question? And this is for educational purposes only. Good morning.
Good morning.
The different standard hourly rates, what does a typical internal audit team look like? And I'm looking at these, like, does it include a senior advisor, maybe a supervisory senior? What is a typical internal team?
So typically, and I have one of my colleagues, Jeff, with us. He's a senior manager. So for Board of Nursing, we have myself as a partner, or we may have another IT partner. Senior advisors are usually and directors are usually for special projects. So typically those aren't on a standard engagement, but we would have a partner, a senior manager or manager, one of the two. We would have a supervisory senior or a senior associate, and then we would have usually one or two associate level staff.
So like a team of 6-ish?
Probably between 4 and 6, depending on the subject matter and what we're covering. And we've got over 150 people who do nothing but internal audit all year round. And based on the subject matter, we bring those people from either our Austin office or our other major offices, or the Dallas and Fort Worth, and then Houston. And we'll bring staff from any of those offices based on the subject matter where they what skill sets we need. We bring that team for the Board of Nursing. So we don't just say, well, you only get who's in Austin. We bring from wherever we need.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, members?
Madam President, because of the sort of what's before you as attachment A and how the motion was written, there was a error on our part in putting the wrong table into that attachment. And so the handout reflects a new table that needs to be part of that approval. So the motion that was proposed has been amended slightly. And y'all have...
And the table does have a typo in it, just FYI.
Right. Associate.
Yeah.
Or associate. Well, I think that's...
Thank you.
That can, that'll be okay, because we know what that means. It's a typo. Is the motion before on board docs? Okay. Okay. If somebody wants to make it, we'll see what.
Is that, it looks like you have more than what's written here, but it's.
It's been amended from the staff's recommendation that's in your document.
Okay.
And it reads like this now. It reads like that now.
I've got it open, but it's not.
Go back.
Let me take this out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion on 7.4? There it says motion and voting down at the bottom.
Right.
Madam
President.
I'll make the motion, but I'd like Dusty to read it out for.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh,
Okay. I move to, Madam President, I move to approve the fiscal year 2025 contract attachment A with the updated table presented today with subsequent renewal between the Texas Board of Nursing and Weaver and Tidwell LLP for the internal auditing services with the revised schedule of rates incorporated therein.
and I second.
Okay. Manny? Okay, great. So having a motion and second, if there's not any other discussion, please vote. Yeah, I haven't gotten it. Mhm. Oh, there it is. Did you get it, Manny? It should, if you look. Okay, well, he votes for, he's only went, okay, motion carries. Technology, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we go to 7.5. Thank you, Brian. Okay, we're ready.
All right.
All right,
Mhm.
I'll kick it off.
Oh, okay, Hemet, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good morning, members. I'm presenting agenda item 7.5 regarding the fiscal year 2025 internal audit activities. That's attachment A in your packet. As required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act, Chapter 2102 of the Texas Government Code. Dan and Jeff with the Weaver are here. Agencies with an annual operating budget over 10 million, more than 100 full-time equivalent employees, or that process more than 10 million in annual cash receipts are required to conduct an internal audit program. Bond meets all of these criteria. For reference, in fiscal year 25, Bond's total appropriation is 15.6 million with authorization for 138.7 full-time staff, and we expect to collect over 20 million in revenue. The internal audit program requires a risk-based annual audit plan and an internal audit report. For fiscal year 2025, Weaver and Tidwell conducted the following audits: enforcement, that's attachment B; general counsel and enforcement / Operation Nightingale, that's attachment C; and they did a follow-up audit on human resources management, that's attachment D. The follow-up audit over IT services has been rescheduled to fiscal year 2026. You'll see that in the next item because it coincides with a full information security audit. This internal audit report provides independent analyses and recommendations to help us improve risk management, internal controls, and operational performance. To give some background, the board selected Weaver in April 24th through RFP, authorizing a one-year contract with 3 optional renewals. So as Manny had brought up, we're now in the second year of Weaver's services. In October 24, the board approved a 3-year internal audit plan for fiscal years 25 through 27, but the plan is required to be reviewed and approved annually. And approval of today's report will allow us to incorporate these findings into Bond's annual internal audit report. That's a big one, which Weaver will present at the October board meeting. That final report must be submitted to the governor's office, the state auditor, and the Legislative Budget Board by November 1, 2025. That's required by law. There are no cons associated with this item. There is a recommendation on the motion to approve, and I will now hand it off to Dan and Jeff.
Well, thank you, Emmett. Yeah, he basically gave all my all my planned remarks. Under 7.5, you'll see our summary page that is titled Internal Audit Status Report. I'll use that as our sort of guide to walk you through everything, starting with our plan. So we've completed our plan for this year with the exception of one item, which is our annual report. I'll cover that in just a minute. Starting with the report under Attachment B, our enforcement report. We did complete that. We issued that in May. With our reports, I will, for those of you who've seen it before, it's a refresher, but for those who haven't, in the back of our reports, we have an appendix we give a report rating, and then we also have risk ratings for findings. Our report ratings start at strong and then move to satisfactory and unsatisfactory. So this report over enforcement received a strong rating. So that is the highest rating for the process area under the evaluation. There were 3 findings. They were all risk rated as low. Management did in the report provide responses to those with planned remediation dates. And in our plan for the next fiscal year, we will follow up on those remediation efforts to validate that they've occurred and have remediated the finding satisfactorily. So is there any questions over our enforcement audit? Any questions over the detailed findings? I'll pause for those right now before I move to the next report. If there are none, I'll move on. The next report was, and it's an attachment C, and that was a report that covered our risk assessment areas over general counsel enforcement, specifically for Operation Nightingale. This was, as Hemant mentioned earlier, we have a big audit, a micro audit, and then follow-ups. This was sort of our focused micro audit where we did a lot of testing. The focus was on expenditures that were utilized, the appropriations for Operation Nightingale, that they were spent according to the requirements, legal requirements, and for the purposes of the program. This audit also received a strong rating with no findings. So we had no issues with the way the funds were spent. The ones we selected in our sample and tested according to the rules and regulations for Operation Nightingale, we had no issues. Again, I can pause for any other questions there. I don't expect that there are many, if any. So if none, I'll move to Attachment D, which was our third report, which was our follow-up over human resources management. So this was an audit that was outstanding from our predecessor. And so we, as part of our a mature internal audit practice, we follow up on open internal audit findings to see that agency personnel have performed the efforts to remediate those findings. There were 2 that were issued, again, prior to our becoming your internal auditor. Through our procedures this year, we validated that those 2 findings were remediated, and so we issued a strong rating for this report as well. So that's commending the board staff for their efforts there to diligently follow up and remediate those open findings. So as of now, we only have the 3 open findings for enforcement that are a part of our open findings list. Those we, again, will follow up on next year. That takes me back to Attachment A, which is our proposed internal audit plan that we're asking for approval for fiscal year 2026. So as Hemant mentioned, we did our risk assessment and came up with a proposed 3-year plan. Our big audit for this next year is information security. And so we've worked quite a bit. Our IT auditor, the partner who will actually lead that with me, her name is Rima Parapilli. She has been in multiple conversations over different IT subjects with the agency's IT staff already over the last year and a half. And we are, I think, in a good spot and prepared to conduct the audit over information security. Our focused micro audit will be over procurement. That is a standard requirement. As you know, that's one of the areas that the comptroller really likes to audit is the procurement and their post-payment audit. So this would be a precursor to any of that. We do these regularly for other agencies. So that would be our micro audit and focused audit with then again the follow-up for the 3 enforcement items. And then a risk assessment update for the fiscal year 2027. And then our annual internal audit report. And so that would be, that's the proposed audit plan that we're asking for your approval today. any questions over our audit plan.
Any questions, board members, or Emmett, did you have anything else to say?
Kathy, yes. So for items 5, that is the review and approval of the internal audit report for fiscal year 25. And then the part that Dan just mentioned, that would be item 7.6, the review and approval of the fiscal year 26 internal audit plan. So 2 different items and then 2 different motions.
Okay.
So one last status item is, as Hemant did mention, we do have an annual internal audit report. So that is the last thing on our internal audit plan that we have this year. The reason you don't have that sitting in front of you today is because the state auditor's office every year publishes guidance for that report. It's usually published the very first Monday in August. So just from a timing perspective, you don't have it here. Historically has not changed a lot. There's minor changes inside that guidance. It's typically 7 sections. The majority of those are disclosures of the agency's compliance with certain regulations under the Internal Audit Act, a disclosure on how you handle fraud, waste, and abuse complaints, the method used to process those. One of those items in that report is the fiscal year 2026 plan. So we wanted to go ahead and get your approval on that today so that we could incorporate it into that report. But it's usually pretty quick. It's 7 sections, usually no more than 2 pages. And that's the last item we have. And as Hemant mentioned, and what's in our status, we plan on bringing that to you in the October meeting so that it can be filed before the November 1st deadline with the governor's office, the LVB, and the SAO. So that's my last status item for you.
Okay. Anything else?
I just want to thank Weaver for their great work. With the board's approval today of these items, we will be caught up with our internal audit cycle from the transition from the prior auditor. The risk assessment was thorough, very intuitive, and there's a lot to look forward to, and just grateful for everything Jeff and Dan have done.
Great, thank you.
Well,
Kristen?
Oh, go ahead. I just wanted to comment. I just finished my own audit at my current firm, and we were up till 9 o'clock or so on June 30 trying to get it wrapped up. And so I just wanted to probably acknowledge the board staff, because I know they probably had to do a lot of work to kind of respond to questions timely and accurately and all that. So I know there's a lot of work that goes, even though it's only 44 pages or so.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably a lot more to it than just that. So just commend the board staff for their responsiveness.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, and thank you, staff, for doing that. And so did you want to say?
I also just wanted to say thank you to Jeff and Dan for their work on these audits, and to Hemant and your team. Of course, as Daryl said, thanks staff for being responsive and available to participate in providing what was needed to assess. And a huge thanks. The Nightingale audit in particular, I mean, they were all very good, but huge thanks to Lori and her team for the accounting of Nightingale.
As I've been here 14 years in the agency, when we started out with auditing, and because we were growing, and just hearing those numbers now reminded again about how much we've grown and what we've found, and how our first audits were, and we had some things that were in the red. We don't like that red, and now to have green. And so I like color coding that helps those of us that's not our area to be able to appreciate. So thank you very much for that and making it clear for us. Okay, so we're at 7.5, and if I could have a motion for agenda item 7.5.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to accept the report of fiscal year 2025 internal audit activities as prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Okay. Mine just came. Did you? Okay. Yeah. All right. And motion carries. Thank you very much. And at this time, then we will move on to 7.6.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to accept the fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan as prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
So I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Mine hasn't. There it is. Okay. Okay. And Manny's part, there it is. Okay. And motion carries. So thank you very much for your time. I apologize that we're running behind a little bit today and appreciate your accommodating us.
No, thank you very much. We
We'll see
appreciate
you
it.
next time.
All right.
And you have an August 1st deadline.
Yes.
Looks like.
Well, August 31st, yeah.
Oh, it's 31st. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. So at this time, we're going to move into our board development. Investigation and disciplinary process, our Danny Green. Thank you. While she's getting ready and all, I just wanted to say that, this is our last time to have Bruce helping us with our recording and him in our meetings. So I think we're going to have phone a friend a few times and maybe have them on speed dial for some of those for situations. So thank you, Danny.
All right. Daryl, are we ready to go? We are trying to stream this at the same time, and I don't know if we are. All right, we're good. All these things. Yes, it's up there. Yes, we see it on the screen, but we want to make sure that it was also streaming. Okay. How's that? All right. Thank you, board members. I know we're the last thing holding you up before you leave, so we're going to get through this as quickly as we can. I'm Danielle Green. I'm the Assistant Director of Enforcement. Of course, and Tony is here as well, so he said he's going to jump in if he wants to, if there's anything else he wants to add. All right. Thank you. All right, public protection. We know we're here because the mission of the board is to protect the public. And I just wanted to put up this screen because it shows a little snippet from our strategic plan where we explain in all of our publications what enforcement is doing to protect the public. We are enforcing the Nurse Practice Act by investigating and resolving complaints. So that's enforcement is what it sounds like. We are enforcing the NPA. And the NPA, of course, is Texas Occupations Code Chapter 301 and is the Nurse Practice Act. And that is the law that empowers us to regulate the practice of nursing, and it's also basically the foundation of everything that we're doing here. And specifically for what we're talking about today, 301.457 authorizes the investigation of complaints against nurses. And the Occupations Code also allows us to adopt and enforce the rules necessary to regulate nursing. So this is how I explain it to new investigators, because this is always a foundational topic that we do. It involves lots of hand gestures. The Occupations Code is the big thing that allows us to exist and the big broad topics that we have. And then we move down from there to the specifics. So that's what's on the screen, just a little snippet of our numerous rules which is contained in the Administrative Code. All right, this is my favorite flow chart. This is everything that the Enforcement Department does from start to finish. And you are here, your little arrow there, that's where you are at the board meeting. So when y'all come in and see our orders, it's the culmination of many other processes that we're going through. And then you're coming in here with the agreed orders. Everything that we do starts with complaints. So we are a complaint-driven agency, and that is how the investigation process starts. As of this point in fiscal year 2025, we've received 15,293 complaints. And I just wanted to specify kind of what those are and how we get to such of a large number. We do, of course, have external complaints, which is really what most people think of when you think of the complaints that the ones that we're receiving. We have the required reporting from employers and various entities. We have reports from patients and family members, self-reports, and even things that we might have to initiate, like we were told of a news report for nurses. We do get those where no one's reported it yet, but Bruce always has the scoop. We are checking the news for things that involve nurses, so sometimes we are initiating complaints that way. But we also have, you could think of it as internal complaints, which are our eligibility processes that we go through, and that would be mainly disclosures for things. Nurses are disclosing things at the time of application or renewal. There are CBC hits where they have been arrested that may or may not have been disclosed. We also have CBC checks on students. They're quite numerous. And then wrap-backs on licensees. So for all licensees, if they've been arrested, we get notified of that as well. So while the eligibility part is pretty large, since we have, I believe, over 570,000 licensees and growing, what we're going to talk about today for the rest of these slides is primarily the complaints that we receive from outside the agency. The main method is in writing. It needs to be in writing. That's in our rules. We asked that they go through our complaints portal, which is online. They also still come in by email, fax, and mail, which is fine as long as they're in writing. And Tony and myself and our administrative team review every single one. Wanted to put this up for everybody because this is what gets reported, or what we ask people to report. For the required reporters, such as nurses, employers, peer review committees, insurance committees, other state agencies, there's a couple other ones, but those are the main ones. This is what I would refer someone to if they said, what do I need to report, or do I need to report something? We would review this information and say, does it fall in these categories? And that's what needs to be reported. But aside from the mandatory reporting, anybody can report any nurse. So that's where you have the members of the public, nurses for non-required reporting, coworkers, patients, family members, about anything else. So what we'll investigate, of course, is the conduct that's covered in our laws and rules, and then the individuals who are under our jurisdiction. And I did want to address here, as far as complaints, the type of complaints we receive, or a question I get asked a lot about complaints, especially from nurses, is how do you know the complaint is legit? And they always say it the same way, legit. We don't know is the answer. So when we receive a complaint, what we're looking for initially is, does it contain sufficient information to show that there could be a violation of the Nurse Practice Act? And if it does, we're initiating an investigation. So once a nurse is notified that they're under investigation, they received a letter in the mail that tells them, we've received a complaint and this is what it's about. That's usually when they call with questions and they ask, well, how do you know this is legit? You know, either they're guessing who made the complaint, which is confidential, or they think they're trying to guess where it came from or what it's about. So we always go over the process with them. I don't know anything about this complaint. We received a complaint, and the first thing we do is we sent you a letter. I always want to let people know that. And then we let them know the process that we're going to go through on these next slides. But we're going to gather evidence. You have an opportunity to review the evidence, and then you'll have an opportunity to review anything that we are going to do going forward. So I always want to let people know if they're calling with questions. We are initiating an investigation based on the complaint, but we are not moving forward with any type of action based on anything other than the evidence that we receive. So that hopefully helps some people when they ask that question, you know, oh, someone reported me because they don't like me or some type of personal issue. We're not taking someone's word for it. We have to get evidence to conduct a confidential investigation into what was reported.
Danny, let me chime in. There's a section in the rule that says we have to notify the respondent that they're being investigated unless doing so would jeopardize the investigation. I'm going to give you an example of what doing so might jeopardize the investigation. The pill mill scenario. So nurse practitioners, advanced practice nurses, they were in cahoots with a pain management doctor, and they were giving away all these pain medications. If we were to notify them that they were being investigated, they would just close shop. So what we did in those cases, we would show up at their place of business with the DEA or the FBI and local law enforcement and conduct our investigation. But if we had let them know beforehand, they would have closed shop and we wouldn't have anything. So that would just be an example of how we would initiate an investigation without providing notice, because doing so would jeopardize our investigation.
Madam President, I have a quick question. If you receive a complaint, do you have to send the letter? Let's just say, I know it's ridiculous, but I've been a nurse a long time and there's beauty shop politics. She didn't buy Avon for me that I left in the break room, and I'm going to send it to the board. You still would send a letter, you're being investigated?
No.
That's not a violation. I mean, it has to be a violation of the act. So
okay, if you do weed through if there's something that raises to the level, but you're not going.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
We're looking for something that's a violation of the Nurse Practice Act. So things like they were rude to me is not listed anywhere in our rules. So something like that, or that type of employment issue. So no, we definitely don't open those. We have enough of other things to do. That's a great question. Yeah, it has to be within our jurisdiction. Yeah.
I have another question, sort of along those lines. So could you speak to, if the complaint isn't the full scope of the issue, but you received this complaint and it may not really depict what has occurred, like there's a sentinel event that's involved, but you get this complaint. So how do you investigate the scope of that complaint if it's not fully imparting what occurred?
That's a good question. Well, depends on where it came from. So hopefully the person making that complaint would have more information for us, that we would contact the complainant and get more information from them. Obviously the nurse who is noticed for the investigation, they will provide whatever information they have. And then that sounds like a hospital thing. So we would be getting records from the hospital, from witnesses at the hospital, that type of thing. Sometimes the hospital provides, or entities, the employers will give results of their investigation. Sometimes they don't. You know, if they did one, we try to get that to see what they did, which is separate from our investigation, but just can be used as a guide. So there's a lot to go into for any of that. So the complaint is really just the starting point. And
I'll add to that. If the complaint itself does not have enough information to initiate the investigation, we can always ask the complainant for more information. For example, if we get a complaint, this nurse was witnessed abusing resident A. Okay. What date? We can submit a second letter to the complainant. What date did it occur? Can you identify the witnesses who observed this? So we can ask those questions before we actually initiate the investigation, because if we don't have that information, we don't have enough to go on anyway. Did that help answer your question? Sure. If we don't have enough to initiate the investigation, we can ask for more information, and we do.
Yes, I mean, if we got a complaint that said, a patient died and there wasn't anything other information, we would obviously ask them for more. And then, of course, once you get the records and speak to witnesses and talk to the nurse, I mean, it could build from there. And this happened because these people, I mean, it can. So how, if there wasn't a complaint? It had to start with a complaint. But it starts with a complaint. I'm not sure.
If we
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yes.
We have initiated, if we are investigating nurse A, and during the course of our investigation, we see a violation that nurse B may have been involved in, we will initiate our own investigation on nurse B. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thanks for clarifying. So we kind of covered some of this just in what we were talking about. And I did want to mention, just for everybody, how many investigators we have. We have 5 teams, 30 investigators, 6 eligibility, 9 nurse investigators, 15 criminal justice investigators, and then 5 supervisors. And notably, we were granted 7 more FTEs, so this fall we'll be working on expanding with another team of investigators to go through this process here. So like we mentioned, we're initiating the investigation. The first thing we do is send them a letter, unless, of course, it would jeopardize the investigation as it's written in our laws. We send subpoenas for records and gather witness statements, witness interviews, and it's really just a starting point there. Once we get the evidence and start to review the evidence, it could go off in several different directions. As Dr. Edwards mentioned, there could be other nurses involved. We might need more information. We could need an APRN expert review of the conduct if it's an APRN, which is also in our rules. There could be additional witnesses, or we could request or require an evaluation depending on the conduct to get more information about what we should do next. For example, a chemical dependency evaluation to give us more information about the nurse and what they could need as an action. Would TPAPN be appropriate, or do they not have any diagnosis and they don't need specific monitoring? So this is where we're getting all that information about what we should do after determining if there's evidence. So that's after all of that. Is there sufficient evidence to support a violation of the Nurse Practice Act? And if there's not, we're closing the case. If there is, we have to go to the next steps. What specifically, making sure the violation is something that's in our rules, and then what do we do about it? So everything, all the action that you see at the board meetings, all the orders that you review, it's coming from one of these categories of conduct. So in the Occupations Code, these are the 14 main broad categories of things that we can take discipline on, conduct that's in our jurisdiction. And as an example, I'm just going to go forward with unprofessional conduct, which is 301452B10, which is in probably most of the orders that you see. So from that broad category of unprofessional conduct, we go into the specific rules where we actually explain what is unprofessional conduct, what have we determined in our rules or unprofessional conduct. So that's just a short snippet of them. There are, of course, a lot of them. Some of the things here, like falsifying records, is another common thing that you would see, but it's contained in the administrative code. And then once we've made sure that we're clear on what the violation is, we're going to the matrix to determine what action we should take. So going from the unprofessional conduct example, this is just what we would look at in the matrix, and this is also in the administrative code. We would go through and see where it would fall on the scale, and that's the framework that we're using to come up with the recommendations that you ultimately see as the agreed orders. Once we're finished with the review and our director has made a determination and we're going forward, this is kind of the choose your own adventure part of the process, because it really depends on the nurse and legal and many different factors and what we do next. So generally, if there is a violation that we found in our review for the nurse, we might offer them a proposed agreed order. So that's what this part of the flow chart is right there. If they agree to it, they sign it, it comes to you, and then that's pretty much it. If they don't agree with what we're proposing, either the terms or the conduct, they have the opportunity to respond in writing. They can ask for an informal conference, which is granted at the discretion of the executive director, where we'll meet with them and discuss it. Or they could ask for specific changes to the order, to the terms, or those things. So this is where we go back and forth, working on settlement. And if that is unsuccessful, then we're going on to the more formal legal process, and formal charges are filed. So once we've concluded, and again, still based on the fact that there was a violation of the NPA, that we have evidence to support that, formal charges might be filed either for no answer to the original notice letter, which is a couple steps behind, or if we can't agree on the proposed agreed order, this is kind of how we initiate the formal legal process and how we're going towards SOA, which is the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and I had a previous board development on that, I think. But once formal charges are filed, that's the point that it's public. So that's the point that it gets a little bit more serious for people. It will be reflected publicly on the nurse's license. It will say formal charges. And there's a little blurb that says it's not disciplinary action, but it is like a charging document. So that, you know, for the public that can see that, and the nurses, that's when we're kind of getting, like I said, a little bit more serious. But for this part, after we file charges, if they don't respond, then we're going towards the default revocation route. And if they do, then we're, again, preparing for SOA. And the formal charges themselves, it's basically what you see in the agreed orders, the paragraphs that describe the conduct. It's going to be that, and that's what our attorneys are going to be presenting at SOA and trying to prove those charges, that specific conduct. We've sped through this because this is the end of your meeting, but here we are back again at ratified order. So this is where you come in and see the result of the investigations. So I wanted to include the number here. This is from last fiscal year. 1,496 licenses were sanctioned, but still, you know, over 99% of each of the licensure categories are without current discipline. So we always report that statistic in the newsletter for each round when we're listing the disciplinary action. I think it's good to see, you know, most nurses are practicing without any kind of current disciplinary action. And, you know, from those 15 to 20,000 complaints that we were talking about, it's a very small number that results in necessary action at the end there. And the orders that you see here are, kind of, Kristen goes over those in her executive director's report, the ones that you don't see directly: remedial education, TPAP, and voluntary surrenders, and corrective actions. So those are ratified directly upon receipt, and then you see all the rest. The warnings, reprimands, probated suspensions, enforced suspensions, and limited license orders. So those are the ones that you see all the time here at the meetings. And then after today, it moves on into the compliance process, which I'm not really going to go into, but just think of all those orders that have been ratified. They go in and they're each assigned a case manager, and it's kind of like a probation manager setup. That's the person assigned to their case who will collect all their documents, check in with them, making sure that they get the forms from their employers, making sure that they're doing the required drug screens, all of those things. So we have a monitoring program that does that. And should they become non-compliant with certain things, we could have to initiate an investigation, and then they'll go back through this process again regarding the non-compliance. That was an extremely quick overview of the investigations from start to finish. I appreciate the questions that you had so far. Do you have some more?
I do. Danielle, thank you so much. This PowerPoint is just, it's a great snapshot of just a microcosm of what y'all do. On page 4 of our PDF or our PowerPoint, could you just, for the benefit of the newer members, explain, and we've carved out specific board development on this, when it goes to an ALJ, when it goes to SOA. but where evidence is reviewed and then the algorithm goes to either proposed agreed order offered or the formal charges filed, which takes them down the ALJ. Will you just help the new board members understand the difference between why a formal charge is filed versus proposed agreed order offered?
Yes, it's a great question. So generally at the point where we finish the case review, we said, yes, there is a violation. If there has been no response to the initial notice letter, but we still have evidence to support, then we go down the formal charges route. If they don't respond to that, then we're going off to the default. But if the nurse has responded to the initial notice letter, then we're going to offer them a proposal. So the formal charges is confusing because it can come back from the other area too. So to recap, formal charges are filed if there has been no response. Generally, when they stop responding to things, but there is still evidence, we're filing charges. And if they do respond to the charges, then usually at that point we are preparing for a hearing.
Also, if they choose, if a proposed agreed order is proposed and they choose not to sign it, at that point formal charges are filed and it goes through the formal process as well.
It kind of loops back around from a couple places, but
as a
Madam
newer
President,
board
I
member.
have one question.
mm-hmm.
Just from my prior experience, we have the same things at the Texas State Board of Public Accounting, but in our case, I don't know if it's the same here. If somebody sent a false report to you, it was all false, at the Board of Accountancy, they had criminal liability for making a false report, complaint. Is that the same case here or not?
That the complainant would be held accountable for making a false report?
Yeah. If it was, totally false just to hurt the professional.
Part of it, I think, would be a legal answer, but from the enforcement perspective, like I said, when we are initially reviewing the complaint, we don't know if it's false or if someone has made up the conduct, which is why we're conducting a confidential investigation. I throw that in there because while it's ongoing, there's nothing on the nurse's licenses showing that they're under investigation because we don't know if it's true or not, or if there's evidence to support.
I think where I was headed with this was that they knew that. So they were told, okay, if this is a false complaint, if you're making a false complaint because you're mad at somebody and just accusing them of something that's not real, you are opening yourself to a criminal liability. So our complaints went.
It's in our rules.
It is in our rules.
It's in the rule in regards to retaliatory offenses, but it's on it kind of shifts the responsibility to the nurse who was complained on. So if she believes or he believes that this was a retaliatory complaint, they can take action, but it's never, in my experience, it's never happened.
Okay.
And there's a section.
Let me add something. Manny, I think what he's reflecting on is making false reports to a government body is a crime.
Yes.
And so how often do we evaluate that event? It doesn't happen like that with us. Really it can, but as Tony is saying, it's not something that we shift to see if that was false or not. We close the case and move on. That's not, we find out that that complaint's really not true, then it's over. I mean, for us to go further than that, it'd be like we'd have to investigate the intent of that party, what they said, or are they a nurse? It's possible that, I'm not really sure, Tony. It's possible that things may have gone that way, given some sort of chronic, crazy, complaint-driven nurse is probably going to come to our attention through a complaint. Not, but I think that what I liked that you said is it would be important to maybe this is what the Public Accountancy Board did, is to tell people don't be filing false complaints with the Board of Nursing because that's a crime if you do. And that's true. And it's not part of our presentations normally, but I do understand where you're coming from. Thank you for that.
And Manny, we do get complaints on ex-spouses complain on their spouse. And then they.
That happens more for lawyers.
But I mean, but if it's, I appreciate Dusty's answer. I mean, if it's false and it's not supported by evidence, then we're not taking action on it. So they're not harmed in this. I mean, in that sense, they might be emotionally upset that it happened, but I'm glad that you answered that way. It's closed. We didn't take action on it. But,
Madam President.
Yes.
Just as a newer member, I want to thank you. This was extremely informative
good.
and helpful as we get calls to be able to guide folks about whether they should complain or not. So thank you for
good.
the process.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ready?
I want to thank Danny for a great job. Great job, Danny.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
So if there isn't anything else, y'all do an amazing job. And, I love how all this is happening and we're down here just for the final part. So it's like your hamsters on a wheel back, just many of them doing. So thank you for that. Okay. Great meeting. Anything else anyone wants to say or do? And thank you, staff, for the great work that you did and provided so that we could do our meeting. And we're going to miss some of you retiring. Emmett, Bruce. I don't know if Bruce is still in here. Diane. There he is. Yes. So, we are going to have phone a friend, Bruce and Emmett. And they'll be going, oh, my gosh, it's a board again. So,
I don't know if he'll take any calls.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, and it's great staff, and looking forward to these new positions and that you're doing, and thank you for being the boots on the ground for us. So it's 12:15, and we're adjourned.